Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Hope you had a good evening. Hope you got some good rest last night. And as we are sliding into the bottom of the hill this week, ready to take a little bit of a rest going in for next week. I just hope that today will be a blessing for you. Let's have a word of prayer and get started. Okay, let's pray. Father, thank you again. Every day we need to give thanks, and we should give thanks for everything, big and small, of what you do for us. Again, through the day, we don't give you that as much as we should. But let's pray that even today could be a start to that goal, that we can look to you, because that is going to be part of gaining fear of you. So help us today, Father. Thank you for today and this week so far and everything that's been going on. In thy precious name, amen. Okay, we are on page 20 of your book. Okay. We're going to start this category, what wisdom is not. Okay, we've been talking about what wisdom is. Well, let's kind of put something to it as far as it's not. Before we get into it, let me remind you that tomorrow is verse quiz day. Proverbs 1:10 is your verse quiz. So again, distant learners, just write it down, send me a picture and everything, and we'll get that taken care of that way. Okay, I think that's about it. If you haven't already, by the way, distance learners, some of you ordered a yearbook. They are in my room. We'll probably bring them up to the office, so you can just pick them up there when it's, I guess, convenient for you at this point, since you've already been over here this week for me, and instead of coming back and forth all the time. But it's up to you. If you are desperately in need to see those pictures, just find out what pictures were put in of you, which picture you like, which pictures you don't like. They are here for you. So at your convenience, whenever you want to, you can pick those up. If you haven't picked yours up in the classroom, make sure that you do that. They are over there on the front table. And so get those taken care of. And enjoy looking at yourself and looking at everybody else, all the activities that went on and etc. Memories like the corn. Oh, we'll go on. We don't want to do that. Okay. What wisdom is not? Okay? Well, here it is. Proverbs 21:30 states, "There's no wisdom, nor understanding, nor counsel against the Lord." So first of all, wisdom is not against God. It can't be against God, because it's from God. Wisdom only comes from God. And so how can it be against him if he's the creator of it? Okay? If he's the source of it. Okay? Wisdom is not of God. Let's continue. What does that mean? The wisdom is founded in God. Therefore, it will not deny God, or it will not deny God. That should be a not. Sorry. So again, it's from God, so it's not against him. List some examples of unwise things that are mentioned in the following verses. Okay? Psalms 14:1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. What would be some examples of the unwise in this verse? I'll give it to you. That the just denying that there's no God. The fool has said, and underline or in your mind, put this as a red flag type thing. The fool has said there's no God. Even the devil knows that God's there, but he doesn't recognize God. He's a fool. Okay? Man today, there is no God. There's gods, but there's no God, according to the world. They are fools because they aren't getting wisdom. Okay? Denying that there's no God. Okay? Next verse. Proverbs 12:15. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he that heareth unto counsel is wise. This one would give us going our own way without counsel. Well, God gave us a brain. God gave us the ability to make choices. True. Are you seeking God's direction to make those choices? If you are, then you are having the fear of the Lord. You are starting to understand what it means. You're giving God that glory because you're giving it over to Him, even though it's a small choice. Humanly speaking, it seems simple. It seems a little bit ridiculous from the human side of it. I'm going to go buy a pair of shoes. Well, okay. It's your choice. Whether you want Nike shoes, whether you want Adidas, whether you want et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Do you want high tops? Do you want low tops? Do you want white? Do you want red? Do you want black? Do you want the checkered ones that are out there now? Do you want the loafers? Do you want... Okay? That's choices that you make. If you give it to God, He's going to take you and He's going to help you find the right shoe for you. And maybe and most likely He's going to lead you to a place where you are going to use your money wisely. Okay? Because you've given it over to Him, even though you're making a choice, you've given it over to Him to help you make those choices. So we're not going our own way, or when we do go our own way, without counsel. Mom, Dad, can I go buy a pair of shoes, et cetera, et cetera? Can I go do this? Can I do that? You're seeking counsel. What should I do in this case, Mom, Dad? Okay? You're seeking wise counsel. But if you don't, you're a fool. Okay? And that's harsh. That's harsh to hear. But you are a fool if you're not seeking wise counsel. Next verse. Proverbs 14:9. Fools make a mock of sin, but among the righteous there is favor. Mocking sin. The unwise thing. They make sin look good. And maybe you've heard in some of these riots and some of these situations that are going on in some of these cities that people are looting stores. They're breaking into stores. They're taking the merchandise. They're stealing. Okay. Well, they're trying to justify the theft. My kids or their kids need clothing. Their kids need this. They need this, et cetera, et cetera. So because they need it, it's right to do. Okay? It's not right. Because the phrase, remember this phrase, and you know this is very hard to sometimes live up to. It's never right to do wrong to do right. Even though doing it is the right thing, is it the wrong thing to accomplish that goal of right? The if-then situation, okay, applies here. So think about that as you do things, as you come up upon things. Is it right to do it? And why? And ask yourself, why is it right? Why isn't it right? Okay? Ask God to give you direction. Ask for counsel for the direction. Proverbs 19:3. The foolishness of man preserves his way, and his heart fretteth against the Lord. The unwise thing is blaming God for failures. God, why did you let that happen to me, to my family, to this person? Why, okay, did that person have to die? Why did that person have to get into that accident? Okay, you're supposed to be protecting him, God. Why are you doing this? Why are you allowing this to happen? There's a purpose in everything that God does. We don't know what it is. God doesn't reveal to us immediately what those reasons are. Sometimes we find out, sometimes we never find out. But we need to give all that over to God. Okay? We can't blame God for failures. Stand up, be a man, be a woman. Acknowledge what you've done as a failure. Learn from it. Better yourself from it. Don't blame God. Well, that was wisdom, it's not against God. Here's the second wisdom that it's what wisdom is not. Proverbs 23:4 states, labor to be rich, cease from thine own wisdom. In this case, wisdom is not man's wisdom. Well, again, I'll go back to that phrase. God, you gave us a brain. You gave us the ability to think. You gave us the ability to reason. When we reason, when we apply what we know to practice, that's wisdom. Where is it? Is it your thoughts? Is it your outlook on things? Or have you said, God, help me to have wisdom? When you've done that, you have given it over to God to give to you. But if you don't put God in the picture, okay, then it's man's wisdom, and that's what wisdom is not, okay? 1 Corinthians 1:19-27 states, for it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? Hath not God made foolishness the wisdom of this world? For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of the preaching to save them that believe. For the Jews require a sign, and the Jews seek after wisdom. But we preach Christ crucified, unto the Jews a stumbling block, and unto the Greeks foolishness. But unto them which are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ the power of God, and the wisdom of God, because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. For we see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble, are called. Here it is. Their wisdom is nothing in God's sight. His foolishness is wiser than man's greatest wisdom. The wisest man on earth falls way short of God's wisdom. We can't even compare to it. If we can't compare to God's wisdom, then you need to think about this. Why do I try to have my own wisdom? Why not ask the professional, God, for the wisdom for the day? Makes sense, doesn't it? Okay. Give you just a moment. But seek it out. Seek God's wisdom. Okay? Let her be. 1 Corinthians 3, 19 to 20. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. For it is written, He taketh the wise in their craftiness. And again, the Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain. Bear with me just a sec. A little scratchy today, so after yesterday. Okay, so wisdom is not man's wisdom based upon this verse, or these verses. God considers this world's wisdom to be foolish. Okay? He considers the wisdom of man, or the world in this case, to be foolish because God has not been given the opportunity to be part of it. And so that's why he calls it foolishness, because they're fools. They're not seeking God's wisdom. Okay? Number 3, wisdom is not. Job 32:9 states, great men are not always wise, neither do the aged understand judgment. All these are all sometimes play on words, and sometimes it's hard to understand what's really going on here. But great men are not always wise. Okay? Basically because they're human. They're not like God. Okay? They make wrong decisions. When you make wrong decisions, you're not being wise. You're not giving it. So, in this case, wisdom is not found in old or great men. Well, then why do we go to the elderly to help us? Okay. Well, are they good? Is it a good counsel? Okay. Are you going to wise men as we think about it? And are they good counsel? Are they a Christian giving good advice, giving good counsel? You can hear it, but when you apply it, put God in there. Okay, God, I understand what they said, and I respect what they said. I respect who they are, and I want to follow what they're doing because it sounds good. It sounds good. Speak to my heart, Lord. Show me what I need to do. You've just put God back into the picture. Okay? And then he can take the wise counsel that you just received and apply it. But make sure it's wise counsel. Make sure it's good counsel that you get from the elderly. Just because a person has lived a long life doesn't mean that they have the divine wisdom of God. They've maybe gone through what you've done, okay? And because they've had that experience, yeah, they've got some good wisdom to say, hey, avoid that scenario. Avoid doing that, because it's only going to lead you down the wrong path. So just because they've lived a long life doesn't mean they have the divine wisdom of God. Okay? Okay, so what is wisdom? Well, true wisdom is and I think you can figure those two blanks out, because that's the theme, fear of the Lord. That's what wisdom. I mean, we don't need to go really any further with that, because that's what wisdom is. Okay? It's the fear of the Lord. Once you have gained this thought, once you have gained this principle, you've got wisdom. You are getting wisdom. You're in fellowship with God. You're giving God the glory. Okay? Okay. Next page, or the next category, is what would be the teacher's lesson. Okay? The source of wisdom. So we're just going to kind of go through this. Maybe not make as many comments, but you know me. I like to talk when I have the chance. So let's start off with the source of wisdom. Okay, so number one, Job 28:28, and unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. The fear of the Lord, Proverbs 1:7, is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. And I think, okay, having a little bit of short-term memory here, I believe I said that we were having a quiz tomorrow, okay? And that the quiz tomorrow, verse quiz, is Proverbs 1:10. So I just wanted to make sure I said that because of, short-term memory here, okay? So, number one, the fear of the Lord, okay? Number two, the blank of God. Proverbs 9:10, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. So this is the knowledge of God. These are the sources of wisdom. Take the category and just start applying what you know to fill in these blanks, and it'll start making sense to you. Okay? Number 2A. Knowledge, having the knowledge of God is knowledge of God's, Psalm 33:8, let all the earth fear the Lord, let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. So it's knowledge of God's power. The awe. Wow. God did that. God actually created that. Wow. God is in control of that. Wow. God calmed the sea. Wow. Okay? That's God's awe of God's power. Also, Revelation 15:4, who shall not fear thee, O Lord, and glorify thy name, for thou only art holy. For all the nations shall come and worship before thee, for the judgments are made manifest. So this is the knowledge of God's holiness. Putting reverence where it needs to be put. Okay? Letter C, knowledge of God's And I didn't write these verses down, but this would be God's love. So I apologize for that. Knowledge of God's love. Our next category, the fear of the Lord. What is the fear of the Lord? Or what the fear of the Lord is? It is, by category, letter A, it includes the love. Love for what God has done. Love for mankind from the biblical perspective. It includes reverence. Having a reverence for where it's coming from, of where God's stature is. It also includes submission. Giving it over to God. Taking it out of our hands and applying it or giving it to God. So the summary of this is, the fear of the Lord is an affectionate reverence for God by which the child of God bends himself humbly and carefully to his Father's will. If you can humbly say, God, I can't do this. God, I need your help. You have just bent yourself and given yourself over to God. That's affectionate reverence. Why? Because you are loving, you're glorifying, you're pleasing God. That's the affectionate reverence of all this. Okay. Not sure if I'm going to get through this today, but we'll get as far as we can. We'll finish it tomorrow. But we're just going to go on for a few more minutes. Okay? Class is over what at 9:10? So I've got 5 minutes. I'll tell you what. We've finished this category. We'll just go ahead and pick up this next category tomorrow. Just writing this slide down that I'm going to be on. So, okay. Excuse me. Are you giving it over to God? Today, have an affectionate reverence for God, and He will help you. Okay? Try that today and see how your day goes. Thanks a lot. Thanks for listening. Distance learners, we'll see you later. Class, we'll see you in a minute.
Morning, guys. We're going to go ahead and get started. Go ahead and pull out your, wherever you write your homework. We're going to go ahead and write some important quizzes down for next week so that you guys can start studying now, okay? So make sure you guys get this information down. All right, so Monday, we're going to have a lit quiz. It's over the first couple of pages that we've been learning. I'll give you guys those page numbers tomorrow. But Tuesday is our vocab quiz 1B. So make sure you guys are studying that. Okay? Wednesday is our grammar quiz 2, and that's going to be over capitalization, which we're going to go over today. And then that'll be kind of a practice quiz or a practice for our test on Thursday, okay? I know we have something every single day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and next week is going to be a lot, but we're going to work for it and we're going to study for it, okay? So make sure you guys have that down. We did have something, well, in the lesson plans, it scheduled your poem quiz for next Friday, but we're going to do that the following week after that. So I'll give you guys a little break on that Friday, okay? But make sure you guys have Monday, your first literature quiz in world history. Tuesday, your vocab quiz 1B. Wednesday is your grammar quiz in capitalization, and we're going to go over those today. And then make sure you guys know that Thursday is your first grammar test, and you don't have anything else in the other subjects on that day, okay? So grammar test Thursday, okay? For homework tonight, while you already have that out, go ahead and write for grammar. We're going to do page 17. You're going to finish the exercise. We're going to go over some today. You're going to do page 17, numbers 16 through 30, and page 18, numbers 1 through 10, okay? Page 17, numbers 16 through 30, and then page 17, 16 through 30, page 18, exercise B, numbers 1 through 10, okay? Go ahead and do that for homework for grammar. And then Monday, your paragraph is still due. That'll be exercise G and E, also exercise M, because today is unity about the paragraph. So yesterday we talked about paragraph cohesence, and then today, or paragraph unity, and then today we're going to talk about paragraph coherence. Sorry, it's coherence, not cohesence. So yesterday we talked about paragraph unity. Today we're going to talk about paragraph coherence. And then Monday is when you're going to turn in your paragraphs that you've been working on. It's just one paragraph, but make sure you guys have unity in there. Make sure you guys have reasons or examples or incidents, different stuff to develop your paragraph. And then for literature tonight, you're going to read pages 8 through 12. And then for vocab, you're going to write your prefixes, your roots, and your suffixes 2 times. Prefixes, roots, suffixes 2 times. Make sure you guys are still studying a little bit of your vocab, but I also want you to add on tonight to write your words 1B 2 times as well, okay? Some of us were having trouble spelling words between ABLE and IBLE or OR and ER, so I want you guys to practice writing out your words as well now, okay? So prefixes, roots, and suffixes 2 times tonight, and then your words from list 1B twice as well, okay? Grammar, page 17, numbers 16 through 30, page 18, numbers 1 through 10, and then we'll be working on your paragraphs. For literature, read page 8 through 12, vocab, your prefixes, roots, your suffixes 2 times, and your words from 1B 2 times, okay? That's your homework for tonight. Let me know if you guys have any questions about the quizzes. Distance learners, can you let me know that you're here? I see that you guys were here this morning, but make sure you guys are here as well. I see Lacey, Giselle, and Yuvia, but I haven't heard from Andrew. So make sure you guys comment real quick that you guys are here so I know. Alrighty, go ahead and turn in your grammar books. We're going to start with capitalization, okay? All right, so go ahead and look at the screen. Look at the screen after I've actually plugged in the cord. Give me a second, sorry. Okay. Alrighty. So we're going to review our manuscript form, what we've been talking about. Okay. The Reverend Jim Jones will bring 10 books. 5 of the books have the same chapter 2. I was born in AD 1996. He placed second in the race. Dr. Bill Smith, MD, is extremely intelligent, okay? Look at that. The first one, the Reverend Jim Jones. A lot of us were still not getting this rule, okay? You're supposed to spell out the word reverend because the word the is right there, okay? So the is your key indicator. When you see the word the, reverend and honorable, those words are always spelled out regardless if their full name is there, okay? So if it said Reverend Jim Jones will bring 10 books, you can abbreviate Reverend because it's his first and last name. But because the word the is there, you need to spell out the word Reverend, okay? Look at the word 10. That is written out because it's correct. You need to write out with words that are 2 or fewer, okay? A lot of us were putting 3 or fewer. That was kind of a trick question on the quiz, I think, but it's 2 or fewer, okay? That question was saying 3, but when it's words of 3 or more, you can use digits or figures and stuff like that. But 10, since it's one word, you can just write it out, okay? Look at the next question. 5 of the books have the same chapter 2, okay? 5, obviously, we can't start sentences off with a figure. So 5, you're going to spell it out, F-I-V-E. You're going to look at chapter 2, and look at that, guys. Even though it's 2 words or less, you're going to use digits because it's the title of a chapter, or it's a chapter, and you can use digits in chapters, okay? We're going to look at that rule, but you can spell it out, or you don't have to spell it out. You can use a digit in chapter 2. So things like History 101, chapter 2, you can spell out the words and things like that, or use digits for those, okay? Chapter 2, it's kind of tricky. 2, yes, it's 2 or fewer words, but 2 is a title or a chapter, so you can use a digit, okay? I was born in AD 1996, okay? A lot of us did put AD even in 1944 on the quiz about the Allied troops. When it's in the year of our Lord, obviously you can use AD, but AD is usually used when it's like 736, AD 736. But if it's like 1,000 already, so 1996, 1996, 1996, you don't need to use the words AD, okay? But it is correct in this usage, okay? If I were to use, let's say AD 731, okay? I wasn't born in AD 731. I'm not that old, but I was born in AD 731. I would put AD in that sentence. But if I were just speaking today, I would just say I was born in 1996. So it's not wrong if you put AD, but it's not necessary, okay? Next, he placed second in the race. Look at your word second. Think for a second what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to spell it out because it's 2 or few words. 2 words or fewer, okay? All right. Next, Dr. Bill Smith. The first one is Dr. Bill Smith, MD, is extremely intelligent. Doctor, you can abbreviate because it has his full name there. And then look at MD. That is used correct, but I also wanted to show you guys the words PhD, okay? This one's pretty tricky because a lot of the times people capitalize that second letter. It's supposed to be P, little h, period, capital D, okay? Just so that you guys can watch for those, all right? And then doctor, you can abbreviate. All right, capitalization. Look at these words really quick and go to page number 16, okay? Page 16. If you guys take a look at these really quickly, you can just see which ones are supposed to be capitalized and which ones are not supposed to be capitalized, okay? Just hold on for a second. Look at your books on page 16. Capitalize proper names. Letter A, capitalize the names of particular persons, places, things, words referring to the deity, personal names, continents, political or geographical regions. Different things like that should be capitalized anyway. Hannah Coral, Calvary Christian School, different things like that. The names of particular persons, places, and things. That is your indicator, is the word particular, okay? Especially words referring to the deity, Jesus, God, Father, Holy Spirit, Almighty, His, when it's referring to, the things of the Lord. Number 2, personal names. Number 3, continents. Those ones are pretty easy. But number 4 is kind of tricky, okay? Look at this. Recognized political or geographical regions. You would not capitalize the words north, south, east, or west when you're saying, I'm going north, or she's heading south, or they were moving west of the Mississippi, okay? You would not capitalize that when it's referring to a direction, but you would capitalize it if it's referring to political or geographical regions. For instance, the South, okay? I wouldn't say South is, or Kentucky is in, or I'm going to Kentucky or whatever, referring to the South. Okay, I'm going south. I would not capitalize that, but when I'm saying Kentucky is in the South, or, Florida is in the South, or whatever is in the South, South referred as a geographical region would be capitalized. Same thing, the far west, the far east, the northwest. You would all capitalize those, but not when you're driving northwest or not when you're heading that direction, okay? Make sure you guys know that. Number 5, islands, bodies of waters, mountains, parks. That's kind of self-explanatory. Streets and highways, Wimpole Street, Grand Concourse Boulevard, 42nd Street, okay? Look at 42nd Street in your books. 40 is capitalized because it's the first word in that street, but notice that second is not capitalized, okay? Read those in the parentheses. The second part of a hyphenated number is not capitalized. Number 7, special organizations, the Security Council, Congress, State Department, Library of Congress, different things like that. Calendar items and special events. Friday, May, Easter, we already know that. Oh, look at that note. Names of the seasons, spring, summer, fall, autumn, and winter are not capitalized unless personified. So then came autumn in her multicolored garb. So if you're referring to autumn as, in a story, say, I love autumn, you would not capitalize it, okay? But then you're saying autumn came and went like it said, in her multicolored garb, you would capitalize autumn, okay? Because it's referring to the title of, it's personifying the season. Number 9, historical events and periods. Number 10, nationalities, races, and tribes. Chinese, Canadian, Cherokee, Zulu. Number 11, religious writings, groups, and terms. Bible, scripture, authorized version, Pentateuch, the Beatitudes, different stuff like that. Languages and particular courses, okay? Look at that. You would not capitalize languages if it was not used in a course, okay? So for example, you would capitalize it if it's Hindustani, Japanese, Physics, okay, look at that, physics. You would not normally capitalize physics, but since it's the title of a course, Physics 402, you would capitalize it. History of the Western world. Western world would not be normally capitalized, but it is in this case, okay? Number 13, brand names of business products, Yale Lock, Dunlop Tire, Security Bandage, Chevrolet Automobile, something like that, okay? You would capitalize the title of their business or brand name, but the product sometimes, like you wouldn't capitalize the common noun. So like in those examples, Dunlop Tires, you wouldn't capitalize tires, okay? Number 14, monuments, bridges, buildings, documents, planets, ships, and any other particular persons, places, or things. USS Nimitz, Death Valley National Monument, different things like that. Look at that note, guys. Do not capitalize Earth, Sun, and Moon except when they are used, except when used in a list with other planets, okay? So if it's Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, you would capitalize Earth, and then Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, different stuff like that. That's when you would capitalize Earth, but in a normal sentence, you would not capitalize Earth. Letter B, capitalize commonplaces such as avenue, building, church, park, school, street, only when part of an official name, okay? So that's kind of self-explanatory. Mountain Avenue, Baptist Church, you would capitalize avenue, okay? All right, go ahead. Let's go over exercise A. So if you guys see, actually, look up at the screen really quick. Sorry, I'm kind of all over the place right now, but look up at the screen. The earth, okay? You would not capitalize that, so that is correct. History 101. It is capitalized. The east, you would capitalize that because it's a region, not a direction, okay? Thanksgiving Day, you would capitalize it. NASA, you don't need the abbreviations in the middle, but you can capitalize all of those because it's a particular, it's a well-known organization, okay? And then moon is not capitalized unless when we said it's listed with the planets, okay? And then dark ages because it's the title of a particular historical event, okay? All right, exercise A. Go ahead and look at that on page 17. Exercise A, look at that. Fram air filters. Go ahead and fill that out. I'll give you guys a second to get ahead for a little bit. Okay, Fram air filters. Fram air filters. Let it be letter B. You would not capitalize air filters, but Fram is because it is the title of a brand name. All right, number 2 is B, the Sea of Japan. You would capitalize it because it's that whole title. Number 3, A, the Folgers Shakespeare Library, okay? Library is also capitalized because it's the title. Number 4, you would not capitalize neither, okay? Or you would capitalize, third expressions, correctly capitalized, okay? You would capitalize God, but his in letter B is not capitalized as well, so it's neither. Neither are correct. You would capitalize his because it's referring to God. Number 5, letter B, Dead Sea Scrolls. It's the title of a historical artifact. Number 6, letter B, the sun, moon, and stars. You do not capitalize those. Number 7 is letter A, Fort Ticonderoga. It's the title of a historical landmark. Number 8, is letter B, history, because it's talking about history in general. German, because it's a language, and then Economics 101, because it is a course. Number 9, you would not capitalize the third in letter A, so that's not correct. And then in letter B, you would still capitalize street, so it's neither, okay? So you need to capitalize the first word and then the last word in a street name like that. And then number 10, a village in Manchuria. That's letter A. You would not capitalize village, okay? Go ahead and do, what did we say? Number 16 through 30, go ahead and make that numbers 11 through 30. It's just a few more. And then number 18, okay? I know that was kind of a lot today in grammar, but hopefully you guys understand what capitalization is already. That'll be your quiz on Wednesday is about capitalization, and we still have some more capitalization rules to go over, okay? So if you guys have any more questions, let's go over to page 13 really quickly in our vocab books. We're going to review those. Okay? Page 13. Apostate, it is away from or from. ST, it's to stand, and then 8, your suffix is one who, that which. So that first one who, or that which stands away from, okay? So that's what we were supposed to be doing. Antipathy, anti, against, opposite, path, feeling, suffering, disease. E is the state, quality, act, result of. So it's the state of feeling against, okay? This is number 13 in your vocab books, or page 13 in your vocab books. The last one is philanthropist. Phil is your root. Anthrop is your, Phil is your root word, which means to love. Anthrop is your root word, meaning man, human being. Ist is one who. So one who loves human beings, okay? Go ahead and do your homework for tonight. List 1B. Write those words 2 times. It's dealing with IE or EI, so that word, okay? So make sure you guys look at that as you go over those tonight, okay? And then go ahead and be studying your poem, and then I'll walk over there to see if you guys have any questions. We're not doing literature today, but make sure you guys read pages 8 through 12, and then we're gonna discuss that tomorrow in class, okay? Thank you guys. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hello, how you guys doing? Sorry I'm a couple minutes late. I was trying to get stuff out to the distant learners. Notes for chapter 3. I'll have those for you guys. I was not able to get those done and printed out for you guys right now. So for what we go over today, you might have to write on a separate sheet of paper, but you'll have those tomorrow. But to get started, I will have some slides today for chapter 3 when we begin that. I apologize, they aren't my slides, so they might not be super, I'll just say they're not my slides. Okay, I'm using someone else's slides to help me out, be able to help you guys out with writing and stuff, so at least they're available for you. But yesterday we finished the last of our notes for chapter 2, and then we had homework. So if you want to turn in the homework, if you already have, awesome. Oh no, sorry, no homework. It was Wednesday. Sorry, no homework. It was Wednesday. I was going to mention something today, and I'm trying to do it in all my classes. Something certainly in California, but especially in our country today, as the election is coming up somewhat soon. Something that should be on all of our minds, even though you guys are younger, teens, 9th and 10th graders, right? We should always have government on our mind, in a sense of we should be praying for our government officials, okay? To pray for them, we kind of have to know who they are. So I challenge you, maybe we'll go over some tomorrow, pray for them tomorrow in class. I challenge you, try to figure out maybe a couple government officials that you can pray for. It doesn't have to be for all of them, and obviously you can just pray, and I challenge you to pray and ask God for wisdom for them, and maybe He can give them wisdom in areas they don't, or He can help them. But again, I sent notes that we're going to go over chapter 3 to the distant learners. I wasn't able to get them for the kids in class, so you just follow along. I do have slides, so hopefully that helps you. Write them down. You'll have notes tomorrow. If you have any questions, you can ask me later. Today we're just going through and starting chapter 3. Yesterday we ended with a quiz. If you did not send that in, if you're a distant learner, you can send that in. If you did not get it, if I forgot to send it to you, which I think I sent it to everyone, but if you forgot to send it to me, I think I got almost everyone's grade. I'm just saying it just in case I didn't. But if you either weren't here yesterday or you're a distant learner, you didn't send me a picture, again, keep those hard copies. You're turning in everything from this last 2 weeks. Tomorrow, after school would be preferable. You can contact me if you're on your way, and I'll try to have everything for next week for you, so I can trade everything, give you what you need, take what you've already done. And that is it for a review of what we did and the plans. But we're going to begin chapter 3. Remember, okay, we have a test after every about 3 chapters. Okay, so that means a test is coming. A test is coming for you guys. And after this chapter, we'll probably have a test. It is a little bit longer chapter. We're going over some areas and territories. So we'll have to follow along with some maps that are in our books. So we know where everything is, because I believe there is some map stuff on the test as well, and maybe future quizzes. But today, again, I do have some slides. I'll try to pull those up, and we will begin. We're just going over a little bit of stuff, have some reading and homework tonight. Let's see if I can get those up here. Let's see. All right, again, I apologize. They are not my slides, but we will use them. I'll try to get more updated ones. Honestly, I don't know when I'll get them done. The slides just take time, and that's something I do not have. Being a first-year teacher, or any teacher, I do not have that. But we'll use what we got. Try to get myself out of the way a little bit, maybe. Scroll myself out a little bit. It's okay if you don't see me, right? But chapter 3, world history. That is obviously, I told you, these are a bit outdated and not super neat. But world history and cultures, nonetheless, it's the same content. World histories and cultures, chapter 3. In this chapter, we're talking about the Middle East from the time period of C. You remember C? It comes before. It means approximately. So approximately 1800 BC to AD 700s. In this, we're going to be talking about the succession of empires. We're going to talk about Israel and the land of promise, the rise of Islam, and times to come. We have some time, or in our reading, you'll have some different times showing us on page 18 if you would like to look. It does have your timetable of what we're going through, what happened throughout this time, all the way from the call of Abraham out of the land of Ur in the fall of summer. Those are kind of around the same time, 2000 BC. And then all the way to around when the spread of Islam, or the beginning of Muslim, which is about 620 years after the life of Christ. So pull out a sheet of paper, pull out those, if you don't have those notes, because I just sent them to you printed, just pull out a sheet of paper, that's okay. We're only going to get through a few notes today. I'll give you plenty of time to work on homework today, as we'll get into tomorrow and next week. But with this, right, the succession of empires. We have succession of empires. We've been talking about Babylon and Babylonia with Ur-Nammu and all these different people, right? Well, with starting, we have Babylon. Okay, Babylon, which we mentioned, came originally from the Tower of Babel, but turned into a city-nation, which is now known as Babylon, or then became Babylonia, and later becomes something else. But Babylon is the first empire to rule the Middle East after summer. Its ruins are located just 54 miles south of modern Baghdad. There's a map there for you. If you can see it, if you can find Babylon on there. Again, it's about 54 miles south of modern Baghdad. And then you have another, just give you a reference. There's Ur, where Abraham's from, and then those other places we have mentioned in our notes. But Babylon is the first empire to rule the Middle East after summer. Next, we have in the Akkadian language. So in the Akkadian language, right, the word Babylon means the gate of God. Akkadian, the word Babylon means the gate of God. In Hebrew, it means to confuse. Okay, so in the Akkadian language, which was used, the word Babylon means the gate of God. In Hebrew, it means to confuse. Those are just some side notes that you can read that goes along with the picture. Again, but in the Akkadian language, the word Babylon means the gate of God. In Hebrew, it means to confuse. Right? Because throughout this, right, we have the Tower of Babel with Nimrod. And then the Akkadian name Babel means the gate of God, which we just talked about. Because God confounded the languages of the people at Babel. Right? So Babylon, to them, is the gate of God. And Hebrew is to confuse, because at Babel, Christ or God confuse their languages. So in Hebrew, it is to confuse. Okay, then as this time went on, in the Sumerian third dynasty of Ur, the Sumerians could not maintain control of Babylonia after the death of Ur-Nammu. Fierce enemies and invaders attacked, remember we mentioned that, starting at 2000 BC. And at the same time, the Amorite warriors and other people from the north and the south were coming all over and overran the west lower area of Mesopotamia. And they established this kingdom of Babylon. And then with the next person we're going to talk about, Hammurabi. Hammurabi, which is someone I mentioned in my 7th and 8th grade class. Again, if I mention something and you're like, man, we haven't heard that before, it's because it's from my other class, okay, you guys? In both classes, we're kind of in the same time of history right now. And so we're just different notes. So cross configure notes sometimes. I apologize if I do, and you're like, what is he talking about? That's why. Okay, so Hammurabi. Hammurabi was the king of Babylon, of Mesopotamia, from C, or approximately 1792 to 1750 BC. Hammurabi is an Amorite who became king of Babylon and brought most of Mesopotamia under Babylonian rule. This established the old Babylonian Empire. And he was the first king to do so, to configure and bring together all of that Mesopotamia area. With Hammurabi, through war and types of government, through using the different things he learned from different cultures, Sumerians and stuff, he used this to grow this large empire. This Amorite, he took over and he ruled. Hammurabi's successors, however, could not hold his empire together. Okay, so we have Hammurabi. He grew this great nation that became this empire, right? He ruled all of that area. But his successors could not hold on to it. So after he died, after he left, they could not hold on to his empire anymore. So after 1700 BC, inland or highlanders, so people from different areas. So we had Amorites coming from, I believe, the north. Then we had the Kassites, which invaded Babylonia, came from the east and plunged all Mesopotamia into war and political chaos. So all of this work that this man Hammurabi, this Amorite king, worked to do and bring everyone together, these people came in from the east, invaded all of Babylonia, and brought chaos by war and political chaos. So the culture of these people, the people of the old Babylonian Empire, adopted culture. Again, their culture in Babylonia or Babylon would be a lot from the Sumerians and then obviously the Akkadians. Okay, so they adopted a lot of their ways of life. They might have mixed some ways, whether it's their religion and worship, or whether it was the way that they farmed and agriculture or taught, or with astronomy. They kind of just tied in a lot of different things into one. Okay, with this, they copied and preserved on cuneiform clay tablets and older works of literature. Okay, again, including the Epic of Gilgamesh, which we talked about last chapter. Okay, now we're going to talk about the note I popped up there. Enuma Elish, or Enuma Elish, if I'm not saying that right. I'm sorry. That's how I'm going to say it. Deal with it. The mythical Enuma Elish, or also known as the Babylonian Genesis. What does Genesis mean? It is beginnings. So the Babylonian beginning, or Genesis, Enuma Elish. The Babylonian Genesis, it was written during the time of Hammurabi, the king we just mentioned, in order to exalt Babylon and its chief god, Marduk. Okay, so again, remember Sumerians, they started out monotheists, believing in one God. They became polytheists, naturalists, and humanists, right? We talked about that last chapter. Okay, with this, they brought on all these false gods. What they did, because remember how under these false gods you would have one man, whether he was a king of a small city-state or nation, right, not an empire, but of these places, different places. So say they worship the moon god. He would say, I'm the slave of the god, but I'm the king of the people, because he said he's closest or most loved of the god. Remember how I mentioned that? Well, one thing Hammurabi did in order to control all this Babylon or Mesopotamia area, he created this character or false god of Marduk. And Marduk was specifically the chief god of all these other gods. And so that's why he had supreme rule over this whole empire, and it worked. But Enuma Elish is the Babylonian Genesis. It was a book or a thing written on tablets. It was written during the time of Hammurabi in order to exalt Babylon and its chief god, Marduk. Next, we have the greatest. Okay, so we get into their culture, right? We have this with gods and what they did with the gods. And now we have with their schooling, their mathematicians, right? The greatest mathematical achievement of the Babylonians was the principle of place value notation. Place value notation. Okay, so what we know today, like the one, like I have in the picture, ones, tens, hundreds, 1000s, things we learn in all elementary and even in pre-algebra and stuff, they created these place value notations. It assigned a value to numbers according to their position in a series. Give you guys time to write that down. With their place value, they assigned the numbers in different positions. In science, the Babylonians made many precise and accurate astronomical measurements, but they were still too immersed in the naturalistic superstition of astrology to develop the science of astronomy. Okay, so basically they made this math and they were improving math. Science they were trying to prove, but they were still just very superstitious, and so they didn't really completely move in high perspectives of science. But they did develop the science of astronomy, or the study of the stars or space. Next, we have the greatest achievement of Old Babylonian Empire was in the realm of government and law. So one of the greatest, or the greatest achievement of the Old Babylonian Empire was in the realm of government and law. They built a foundation from the early Sumerian laws, right? Remember how I said they took some from the Hammurabi and the people for the empire. They took a little bit from everything, right? So they did this in this sense too. They took some laws and rules from the Sumerian law codes. Hammurabi also collected and codified Sumerian, Akkadian, and already existing Babylonian laws, and kind of made them his own. The stated purpose of Hammurabi's nearly 300 laws was to cause justice to prevail in the land, and to destroy the wicked and the evil, to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak, and to further the welfare of the people. So that's kind of what he did with government. Another note with that, a written code of law. So what is a written code of law? It is one of the most important earmarks of civilization, right? It's something that's very important to have that written code, right? Because if I just have a code of law, but just by mouth, right? Just like, have you guys ever played the game? I can't remember what it's called, but say I love cookies, right? And I come in the classroom, and you're only allowed to whisper it very quietly into the next person's ear. And then I say, I love cookies to, I think Austin, who's in the back right? And then he tells Adrian, hey Adrian, I love cookies, right? And then he's whispering to the next person. Well, somewhere in there, a lot of times doing that game, somewhere in there, the original saying got a little twisted, right? It got a little twisted. Maybe it'll say Mr. Coral loves cookies, or something's going to change, or Mr. Coral likes chocolate chip cookies, or which I do, by the way, But see what I'm saying? So they had to have that written code of law. Was very important, is the most important earmark of civilization, due to keep that structure and consistency. Next note we have, justice is the use of authority and power to uphold what is right, just, or lawful. It reflects the principle that everyone is responsible for his actions and should be treated accordingly. It is based on the unchanging principles, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, the great commandments, right? The Decalogue. It's based, so justice is based on those, and its purpose is to protect eternal values. Okay, it kind of goes back also, like the Bible says, kind of reap what you sow principle, right? Hammurabi had a desire for justice, but was unknowingly rooted in the biblical principle of sowing and reaping. Okay, sowing and reaping. And the Bible tells us in Galatians 6:7, it says this. Galatians 6:7 says, be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Okay, I'll read it again. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, or doeth, or worketh, or whatever you put towards your name, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption, but he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life everlasting. Basically, if we put all of our time into ourselves, right, for ourselves, in ourselves, the flesh, it's only going to reap self or flesh, right? It's only going to receive corruption, because that's what we are. Our natural case is sin. We're a sinful man, right? And so we have to do and sow of the Spirit, and we'll reap of the Spirit blessings from God. And it was referencing, be not deceived. Okay, don't lie to yourself, saying, and don't mock God by saying, whatsoever I do, it doesn't affect me, right? Because whatsoever man soweth, the Bible says, that shall he also reap. Whatever you do, what you apply, what you work at, what you spend time doing, will reap. So that's with justice. Okay, we're talking about justice, how he wants authority. It's the authority and power to uphold what is right, just, and lawful. It reflects the principle that every man is responsible for his actions, because we will reap and sow. They're unchanging. The Bible gives us unchanging laws to abide and live by. Principles of justice, to reflect that every man is responsible for his actions, should be treated accordingly, like what I just mentioned. They're unchanging. Okay, these the principles of justice never change, right? Certainly if they're of the Bible, they never change. They're not man-made beliefs. These are God-ordained and inspired beliefs. And then thirdly, it is to protect eternal values. Again, to protect the values God has given to us. Okay, so this was in the time of Hammurabi, this culture that he built in the Babylon, and in Babylonia. But then, so after a little bit of time, in about 20th century AD, before it, the Bible was the only source of information about these next people we're going to talk about, the Hittites. So the Bible is the only source of information about this time period we're talking about next, which is about the Hittites. Now, the Hittites dominated Asia Minor. The Hittites, they were the Indo-European people from Anatolia in Asia Minor. They plundered Babylon in 1600 BC and plunged Mesopotamia into a dark age, during which they established their own empire. So basically, they came and just destroyed all of it. Okay, all that empire had made over those long time years. They came in and destroyed all of it. Put Mesopotamia into a dark age where they didn't have their political system probably. Their livestock and everything were maybe ruined or taken. During this modern age, in the 18th and 19th centuries, unbelieving critics of the Bible, including the French infidel Voltaire, ridiculed the Word of God and insisted that no such nation as the Hittites had ever existed. There's people that believe the Hittites never existed, but the Bible tells us that the Hittites do exist. These Hittites, they came in and took over the Babylon Empire until the rise of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, which is about 1,000 years later. So we have Babylon. The Hittites came in and took over, put them in a dark age, and then Babylon won't become another nation or empire, the Babylonian Empire, until about 1,000 years later in the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Oops, sorry, went a little too far. Last couple notes we're doing for today. We'll do a few more, but the next one is number 11. Before the 20th century, the Bible was the only source of information about the Hittites, which I just mentioned. It was the only source of information about the Hittites. In history, like I was just mentioning, there's people that don't believe they were real. They don't believe that time of history existed. They just don't believe it. And then number 12, the Hittites are noted for being the first people to use iron extensively. So these people, Hittites, were the first people to use iron extensively. By using or making these iron weapons, it made the Hittites masters of Asia Minor and Syria for centuries. Okay, so they had this weapon of iron. Okay, no one really used iron. Maybe they just used stone or other just wood, sharp wood, right? So they were the first people to use this iron. Maybe an iron sword. The metal was harder than what other people had. Iron spears, iron shields, whatever they used, it was better, and it allowed them to rule over a lot of Asia Minor and these areas for a long time. By 1700 BC, the Hittite kings had consolidated the power in Asia Minor. They've solidified their power. There was no more fighting. Their powerful armies subdued parts of northern Syria and later moved down the Euphrates, plundering and sacking mighty Babylon herself at its height in about approximately 1400 BC. So these Hittites were ruling and conquering for over 300 years of just conquering people and plundering from all the way Asia Minor to Euphrates River. Just seeing if I want to go any further in the notes. Give me 1 second. We might be done for today on the notes. And I'll give you your homework. We'll be done for the notes today, so that we're going to leave off with the Hittite Empire, and we're going to get in tomorrow with the Assyrian Empire. We'll talk about Assyrian Empire, how they rose under Tilgath-Pileser, however you say it. It's a long name. You'll see it tomorrow. With the fall of Nineveh, and then we have, like I mentioned, the Neo-Babylonian Empire when they come back to rise 1,000 years after they were destroyed. And then we'll get all the way into the Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great, and other many very well-known Persian kings, Darius I, Xerxes, Ahasuerus, Artaxerxes. We'll get into those tomorrow. But for tonight, for homework, it's going to be a little bit different than the lesson plans, I believe. Actually, it's just going to be added, all right? So distant learners, if you have the lesson plans, it's kind of, if you did Wednesday's work yesterday, so you have some done already, you have 2 assignments, okay? It's going to be first, page, so write this down, page 22. So your first one is page 22, section review 1. Questions, we're going to do questions 6 through 10. So page 22, section 1 review, 6 through 10. But also, you're going to read pages 23 and 24. So only 2 pages of reading. It's not a lot. It's going over a little bit of what we might introduce tomorrow if we have time. If not tomorrow, next week. So only read pages 23 and 24. And then do questions on page 27. Questions 1 through 5. So page 27 as well. Questions 1 through 5. Okay, you have a little bit of time to work on that. Start working on that now. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. If you're missing something, let me know. I'll get it to you. Again, I'll have those notes for you tomorrow class. I'll be down there in a couple minutes before lunch if you have any other questions. No quiz tomorrow, so we're good there. We'll continue the notes. You have a bit of homework tonight, so don't waste your time. You have a little bit of time to work now. And if you have study halls later, work on those. That'll be due tomorrow. We'll see you in a little bit. Again, if you have any questions, contact me. If you're missing anything, let me know. Sorry, I knew it was going to do that. My picture was probably over some of the notes. I apologize. I tried to get myself out of the way, but the notes changed. Again, they're not my notes. I didn't get to make them. They're kind of old. I'll try to get those updated. We'll see sometime, whenever I get time. But again, if you guys need anything, let me know. Contact is key, or communication is key. If you don't communicate, certainly for distant learners, you're going to get behind, or, I mean, if you're ahead, great, that's okay. but I want to be able to get your grades in whether you're ahead or behind. I know the lessons might be behind you sometimes, but that's okay. Okay, it's a weird process. It's a little bit different, but we're going to try to get all the information that you can. We're going to try to help you the best of our abilities. Let me know if you need anything. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good day.
There we go. All right, today, oh, goodness, who keeps moving stuff? If only I had created a scene where someone could move their screen out of the way. So you could just see the whole screen instead of moving everyone. All right. Welcome to geometry. We're going to get started in what's mostly going to be probably a review lesson for you, but we're going to go ahead and go through it just to be safe. One real quick note I will say about this, even if you think you know what you're doing, pay attention, okay? Because at the very least, there's at least a couple new concepts in here, okay? They're kind of baked in with the review. So just mentioning that, make sure that you are engaged, paying attention. In your supplement, we are on page 5. Page 5 in your supplement. That's the wrong book. And we're dealing with 1.8, which is measuring angles. 1.8, measuring angles. Now, when we measure any magnitude, the unit must be of the same kind as the quantity to be measured. We know that when we measure lines, the unit used must be a unit of length. Likewise, when we measure angles, we must use, or the unit used is one that corresponds to angular measure. Now, the most common one we'll use is the degree. Okay, and trying to get something lined up here. And we're all familiar with the degree. The degree is 1/360th of a full revolution. Again, that's also called a paragon. And we're familiar with that. And the length of the year of 360 days, as worked out by Babylonian astronomers, is supposed to have furnished the occasion for the division of the paragon into 360 equal parts. Okay, and so that was kind of the idea. Turns out they were off by 5 1/4 days. Who knew? Actually, for all we know, they were correct, but you know what, we're moving on. Because the Earth does slow down over time, but we're moving on. Let me see here. One of these angles is used as the unit for measuring angles, and is called a degree, written as, well, 1 degree. For greater accuracy, we can divide that into 60 equal parts and get minutes, and we can divide that into 60 equal parts and get seconds. And so what we'll often do is something like this. Sometimes we'll be given minutes and seconds and want only degrees, or vice versa. And so we can convert back and forth. We're told to express 35 degrees, 15 minutes, in terms of degrees only. Well, 35 degrees is already in degrees, so we're not going to mess with that until the very end. So we have 15 minutes, and 15 minutes means we have 15/60ths of a degree. Well, at that point, we could go ahead and throw it in the calculator and find a decimal, or we can just reduce, because we know how to do that, and we get 1/4. Well, 1/4 then is 0.25 degrees. Add that into the 35 we know, it's 35.25 degrees. All right, next example. How many degrees are there in a straight angle, and why? Okay, well, first of all, okay, in a straight angle, well, if a straight angle is half a paragon, it would be half the total number of degrees in a full paragon. Well, if a full paragon is 360 degrees, half of that is 180. So we've answered our why and our what. And then finally, how many degrees are there in a right angle? Well, a right angle is half a straight angle, so half of 180 is 90. Just as a couple more examples, we're told in exercise 1.8, number 4, we're told to find the complement of 72 degrees. Well, complement means when we add up the two angles, it should equal what? Well, it should equal 90, okay? And so since it should equal 90, we're going to take 90 minus 72 and get 18 degrees. That's the complement of 72. In part B, we're told to find the complement of 48 degrees, 24 minutes. Well, in this case, what we're going to do, and I'm going to actually write this one out on the screen. Had everything else lined up? You know what? No, I'm just going to use paper. I'm already set up for it. Where's my pen? Okay, so we're told to find the complement of 48 degrees, 24 minutes. Okay, so I have 48 degrees, 24 minutes. Okay, now what we're going to do then is we're going to take 90 degrees, because again we're finding complement, and then 0 minutes, because it's exactly, and then we're going to subtract. Now, just like when we're working with time, okay, we have parts of 60, not parts of 100. So when we borrow 1 degree, we get 60 minutes, okay? You don't just throw a 1 over there, okay? That only works in place value. This isn't place value, okay? So we have to borrow 60 minutes for 1 degree. Now then, our 60 minus our 24, well, I have to borrow again, but this time now I am in place value. So 10 minus 4 is 6, 5 minus 2 is 3, and that's our minutes. 9 minus 8 is 1, 8 minus 4 is 4, 41 degrees, 36 minutes is the correct answer. Okay? And so that's how we do that there. We just line it up and we do everything like we would normally when we're working with time. In exercise number 5 of 1.8, we see find the supplement of 80 degrees. Well, again, supplement means to get to a straight line. S and S is really how I remember that. So straight line supplement. So the supplement is 80 degrees. Well, we take our 180 minus our 80 and we get 100 degrees. Fairly straightforward. But then to find the supplement of 76 degrees, 37 minutes, again, it's going to be very much the same layout. So we're going to have, we're told to find the supplement of 76 degrees and 37 minutes. And we're told to find the supplement, so we're going to subtract from 180 degrees, 0 minutes. And again, I'm going to borrow 1, so 179, and that will give me 60 minutes. Subtract, and again, now I can borrow here. 10 minus 7 is 3, 5 minus 3 is 2, 9 minus 6 is 3, 7 minus 7 is 0, and 1 minus nothing is 1. So 130 degrees, 23 minutes is how we would do this. Okay? So again, when we borrow from a degree, we get 60 minutes. When we borrow from a minute, we get 60 seconds. You don't just bring a 1 over. Okay? And that's really the thing I wanted to illustrate here. So 130 degrees, 23 minutes. And then finally, number 6C, we're told to express 125 degrees, 20 minutes, 30 seconds in terms of degrees and fractions of degrees only. Well, that means we're going to go through piece by piece, and I'm just going to go ahead and display it here. Well, first of all, 30 seconds is 30/60ths of a minute. Okay, we can reduce that down to 1/2 of a minute, so 125 degrees and 20.5 minutes. Well, then we have 20.5 minutes, which is 20.5/60ths of a degree. Well, we can't have a fraction or a decimal instead of fraction. Okay, so that's something we need to take care of. So since 0.5 just means 1/2, we can just double the fraction, and now we have a fraction in lowest terms, 125 and 41 1/20ths of a degree. Okay, so that's how we would handle that there. You just kind of work your way over. Okay, so we first of all took 30 seconds to minutes, and then got that simplified as much as we could, and then we went from minutes to degrees, and then we made sure that made sense the way it was written. Okay, so that's what we're looking at there. Now, 1.9, the protractor. Now, I am aware you probably know how to use a protractor. I'm not stupid. Okay, however, just to be safe, we're going to go ahead and go through it. Make sure you pay attention even if you think you know what you're doing, because my experience is the ones who think you know that they're doing that I end up having to help the remainder of the year. Okay, so please just pay attention. The protractor is the instrument used for measuring degrees. The steps to follow are on page 16 of your text, mostly because when I wrote this, I was like, I'm not writing all that. So page 16 of your textbook, that's how you use a protractor, but let me just demonstrate it for you. Okay, so let's say I have an angle. So first of all, let me draw an angle, because that would probably be good. Okay, and if I'm consistent at all, that's 45. But anyway. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this protractor, and I'm going to apologize heavily for the glare. Okay, but there's really no helping it right now. I don't have a light on. That's as much as I can do. All right, so let me get, and I really need to make a shroud for this thing. All right, so as we look at this, you'll notice a couple things. First thing I did is I put the vertex marker on the vertex of the angle. I know that's a shocker, okay? But I've had people put it over here. I've had people just be like, oh, as long as this line lines up, it doesn't matter. No, this point has to be on the vertex of the angle, and one of your zeros, it doesn't matter which way, but one of your zeros has to be on the line, and I know I just bumped it. Okay, so we're going to line this back up. And then I look at which scale I'm using, and that's going to be the scale I'm at 0. So my outside scale 0 is over here. Well, I'm not over here. So if I can stop moving it, hold it down fairly tightly. Now, you're not going to get to minutes and seconds on this thing, okay? That's just not going to happen. But then, okay, so my 0 is on the inside scale. So I'm looking at the inside scale when I'm measuring. I can still use the outside scale to get more precise, but the inside scale is where I'm pulling my numbers from. Okay, so 30, and then realistically here, if I were to extend this, oops, it's like right there. So it'll be about 33 degrees, okay? And so we would just write 33 degrees. You should be going to the nearest whole degree unless otherwise instructed, okay? And so that's the idea. To draw one, we're going to do very similar idea. So let's say I want to draw a 45-degree angle. Well, what you're going to do is you're going to take and make yourself a line, okay? Okay? And then you're going to line up your protractor. Oh, sorry, let me get straight on the camera. Oh, goodness. There, that's almost better. All right, so again, we're going to line it up just like we did before, right on the vertex of where we're marking. Our zero is lined up. We're on the inside scale. So I'm going to go 10, 20, 30, 40, 5. And then all I have to do is connect this to the beginning of my line. And there we go. That is a 45-degree angle because that's what I measured when I drew it. Okay? And so that's how you use a protractor both ways. Now, in this class, we won't use a protractor a lot. A lot of times we'll give you the measurements of angles. Okay? There's a reason for that. Human error creeps in very heavily with a protractor. And so that's going to be kind of the reason that we stick with making sure that all that is correct. So that's the protractor in a nutshell. And that also concludes, where we're going to end up today. So tonight's homework is you're going to complete numbers 11 through 17 on page 15 of your supplement. Let me make sure that that's correct. Page 15, numbers 11 through 17. Yep, that would be correct. So that's dealing with measuring angles and the protractor. So you're doing page 15, numbers 11 through 17 tonight for homework. Now you'll notice in your supplement right where we left off, there was a note that's mostly a note to me, but it's in your supplement, so that way I remember. Or I don't know if you guys can see it or not, actually. I think you guys can. Where it talks about review exercises, textbook page 17. We are going to at least do some of that. So tomorrow, instead of there being lecture, we're going to focus in on that. We're going to focus in on review exercises on page 17. For distance learners, pay attention to Google Classroom to know exactly which problems are assigned. Speaking of which, distance learners, make sure you get on Google Classroom. Okay? But that will be a separate, standalone graded assignment. Okay? So that will be assigned Friday due Monday. Again, I don't know exactly which problems right now, but I'll have that for you in Google Classroom tomorrow. Because it's just going to be a review exercise tomorrow, I will not be teaching. So distance learners, tomorrow during class time, just use that time wisely. Use it for class. Again, you should be on Google Classroom. If you're a distance learner and you haven't taken quiz 1 yet, you need to do that before Monday. It's going to start being, okay, I understand it's the first quiz, so I'm being a little extra gracious, but it's going to start really being, you have to get quizzes done that day. You have to get homework done on time as if you're in class. And so there are at least a couple of you that still haven't even signed into Google Classroom. Okay, that's not okay. You guys have to get in there. You guys have to get going. I mean, we're now on our, is this the second week or third week of school? Anyway, either way, we've been in school long enough. You should be able to be in there. I resent out information today for anyone not in there. You guys got to get caught up. Okay, if you wait any longer than this week, you're going to be doomed, basically. Okay, so you have to get caught up. You have to get done. You have to be participating as if you're in class. Okay, and that's it. That's where I'm going to leave it. All right, so one other note, sorry, just real quick, remembered, tomorrow is quiz 2 over 1.5 through 1.7. Tomorrow is quiz 2 over 1.5 through 1.7. So basically everything before today's lecture. Okay, 1.5 through 1.7. Quick note about the quiz from Tuesday. I did throw out the one question that was invalid. I'm purposely not saying which one it is on stream because I still have someone who hasn't taken it. So I did purposely throw out that question because it wasn't in the textbook. Okay, and so those of you in the Distance Learning Center here know exactly which one I'm talking about. It wasn't a problem for the distance learning, but oh well. All right, so I will see you guys on Monday on the stream as far as that goes. Again, tomorrow is quiz 2, so distance learners, make sure that you've taken quiz 1 and then make sure you take quiz 2. You need to take both of them before Monday. Okay, that really is where I'm going to draw the line. I get parents get busy, but part of the agreement is that you guys take the stuff as we do it. It's in the form you guys signed, is that you guys have to keep up with us. And then those of you here in the Distance Learning Center will take the quiz tomorrow, and then the remainder of the class will be working on those review exercises. Again, I will announce that tomorrow via Google Classroom. For those in the Distance Learning Center, I'll announce it to you guys in that room just to make sure that you guys are aware. All right, but past that, I'll see you guys later, and have a great day.
afternoon, everybody. Hope you've had a good lunch period. Hope you're ready for another session where we can study matter and energy. Okay? Hope that's getting, hope you're gaining some thoughts, gaining some information, gaining some insight of what we are doing, what we're studying, okay? We're in lesson 6, so let's have a word of prayer and we'll get started. We do have a reading quiz, so make sure that you have a piece of paper, maybe the one that you've already been using, and we will do the raising of hand and giving Randy the amount of correct answers, okay? And then distance learners, let's try, if you bear with me on that, I want to call you the DL list, okay? Distant learner, okay? The DLs, okay? Give you your own little title there, little prestige, okay? Let's have a word of prayer, and we'll get going. Father, thank you for the morning. Thank you for the lunch period. Thank you for the weather. Thank you for everything that you've done, everything that you give us. Continue to bless us, continue to be with us, and Father, you know the needs of every student in the class. You know the needs of every student in the school, whether it's their need, whether it's their family, something with their family or whatever. We just pray that your will be done for one thing, but that you would just help them and give each of them the strength that they need right this moment, this hour, this day. Thank you for everything in that precious name. Amen. Okay, so if you don't have your paper out yet, make sure you get it out. There are 11 questions on this quiz today, so I'll give you a little bit of time. Right now I've got 11:53 and a half, thereabouts, so give you a couple minutes to do this quiz. The DLs, make sure you send me your answers. Here we go. Ding. I just blew that, man. Question number 2, I can't seem to get my picture out of the way. So question number 2 is the property of matter that makes it resist change in motion is molecular motion, okay? So let me move this back up if I can. Maybe move that over. There we go. How's that? Hopefully everybody can see it now. Okay. Okay, just a few more seconds here. Or a minute. Randy, if they can't see the screen, or if you're having trouble seeing the screen, give me a text or something, call me. Let me know if things are going okay with that, okay? Okay, let's grade it. Here is your answers. So looks like 2 and 7 are false. 2, 4, and 7, excuse me. And so if you go based upon that, then everything else would be true. Okay. While you're giving Randy the amount that you got right, let's go on with our review. What are the 2 main reasons for studying science? Okay. They are to bring glory to God and to use that knowledge, that scientific knowledge, for man's benefits. Okay? Next question. What is the use of science to solve practical problems? It's a big word that we use today, technology. We use it so much. Okay? Next question. What is the process used by engineers to develop technology through engineering? Okay, hang on. Just want to make sure. Okay, just got a few texts from a few of the DLs, so I know they're with me. Okay, plus I see you on the chat also, so good to see you, even though I can't see you. So what's that process? It is engineering design process. Next. What are the 3 main components of the engineering design process? Now keep this in mind, it just kind of follows right along with the scientific method. Design the problem, designing a solution, and evaluating the solution. Okay? Okay. Next, what is the minimum characteristics that a design must have to function? It's got to have criteria. Okay? There's got to be a purpose. What do you want to accomplish? Next question, what is any characteristic other than the criteria that a design must have to solve a problem? That would be constraints. Okay? Okay. Okay, next question. What is a model of the design or some part of the design that is used for testing? That would be a prototype. Next. What is anything that provides a partial representation of something else? That would be a model. Okay? What type of model? Is an object that has the same shape and appearance as the object it represents. That would be the physical model. What type of model has different size than the object it represents, but has the same proportions? That would be a scale model. What type of model represents an object or phenomenon using an image or a series of images like photographs, illustrations, videos, animations? That would be your visual models. What type of model that is, what's the type of model that is made up of equations, formulas, and numbers? That would be your mathematical model. Okay? And so there is our review for today. Lesson 6, that would be page 10 of your notes. We're going to go through page 12 or into page 12, however that works. Okay? Okay, introduction to matter and energy. That's 1.4. So just some general facts here. The three major branches that the study of science can be divided into. First of all, you got biology or life science. That's the study of living things. You then have earth and space science or earth science. Okay? This is a broad field that includes studying the structure of the earth, the factors that determine the weather, and the nature of the stars and the planets. All that deal with God's creation. And then, what you're doing this year, the physical science. That's the study of the non-living creation other than the earth and space. Okay? So, what is matter? Matter is the substance of the physical world, anything that can be tasted, touched, or smelled. Okay? Now, one thing you got to keep in mind here is that while you're doing any type of experiment, the tasting part, you've got to be very careful about what you do there. Just because you see a berry out in the woods doesn't mean that that's food for you. Because what is okay for some animals is poisonous for humans. So taste is probably one that you got to be very careful, and probably don't use it that much unless you know exactly what it is that you are putting in your mouth. Okay? So be careful. Number 2, inertia. Inertia is the property of matter that makes it resist the changes in motion. It's one of the most important attributes of matter. Okay? So inertia, it makes it resist the changes in motion. So you got this little diagram. What is affecting the balls, the blue balls there, from sliding down or falling off until it hits the bottom? It's the inertia. Okay? It's it's resisting the change. You're going to say friction is part of that. That's true. Okay? When you slide the piece of paper or a board or whatever across the glass, you've got that resistance. That's the inertia. Okay? Because of inertia, moving matter will keep moving at its current speed and its direction unless a force is put upon it. A force of push or a pull is applied. Okay? So, if we were able to, with this diagram, continue that incline, then the tray of balls would just keep going and going and going until something resists the change. Okay? Some force. Now, as we just kind of mentioned, the force that's there, and even though you're not causing it to stop, the friction is part of that inertia. Okay? And same way with the glass and the paper on top of it. Stationary matter will remain stationary unless the force is applied. Okay? It's always just going to be there until the force is applied to it. Okay? That's inertia. Then you've got energy. Energy is the ability to do the work. Okay? Some have more energy than others. Some objects have more energy created in them than other objects because of the supply, the potential energy that they have, and then they apply it in and it comes up with kinetic energy. But energy is the ability to do work. You guys have more energy than I do anymore. Okay? And so that's your ability to do it. You should be able to do a whole lot more than what I do. Okay? The physical properties of matter are, and we kind of know these. First of all, you start off with mass and weight. Mass is the amount of matter in an object. Mass can also be thought of as the amount of inertia an object has. Okay? If one object has twice as much mass as another object, it also has twice as much matter and inertia and resists change in its motion twice as strong. Okay? So for that example, a larger truck, a semi, even though they have the disc brakes, okay, or the air brakes, excuse me, which help a vehicle like that stop quicker, they can't stop like maybe a car can because of the force that's causing it to go. Okay, so it's going to take more because it's bigger, heavier, there's more involved with it to stop than, say, a small car. Okay, so anything that's twice as big takes twice as much, if not more, to have it stop or to have the change in motion. You've got a feather versus a brick. Okay, the feather, there's hardly anything that's going to resist it. Very little friction, very little inertia put upon this. But the brick, there's going to be more inertia because of the size, the quantity, the mass of the brick being applied. The weight is the next one. It's the amount of gravitational pull on an object. So you've got the scale. When you step on the scale, I'm not going to tell you what mine would be, but if you stepped on the scale or put something on the scale, okay, just by stepping on, you're putting, the gravity is pulling you down, the gravity is causing you to have X amount of pounds, okay? You've got the balance scale. So you put those objects in the scale, it's reading a balance, which side is going to be heavier. Okay, you've got the pulley scale. Okay, you put something on, and it pulls down. That tells you what the mass of that object is. So there's many different types of scales that you can determine the weight or the amount of gravitational pull that something has. Volume, that's the amount of space that matter takes up. All matter takes up space. Doesn't matter what it is, no matter how big it is, it's going to take up some space. Two objects cannot occupy the same space. Okay? Douglas and Jeremiah can't sit in the same chair and take up each other's space. Okay? It's either going to be Jeremiah in that chair or it's going to be Douglas in that chair. Both of them can't take up the same space because of their volume. Okay? So, you've got this. You got mass versus volume. Volume is the amount of space that something takes up. You got the beaker tube here, the flask, I believe it's called. And the liquid is the volume of liquid or the blue is the volume of liquid that's in that flask. Okay, the balls on the balance scale, they are the volume. And looks like right now, even though the one on the left has just one object, the one on the right is the same, even though they are smaller, but the volume of the quantity matches the volume of the one. So the space that both of them take up, because of their weight, is equal. Then you have density. That's the mass in a certain volume. Density indicates how tightly packed the matter is. So looking at this illustration, going left to right, you got less dense because there's less smiley faces in that square. You got the liquid, it's a little bit more dense. Okay? There's more smiley faces representing that, the density of the liquid in there. And then you get the solid. all of them are squished together. And they're still smiley faces because COVID laws haven't set into effect on those yet. Okay? So they are in some private country where they can still be close to each other and not have to distance themselves. The less dense is a highly COVID area. Liquid is things are starting to open up a little bit more. And then solid is, okay, they're not even worried about COVID at that point. Okay? So how tightly packed something is regards to its density. There's 3 common states of matter. Okay? Solid, liquid, and gas. One that doesn't have a definite shape, that has a definite shape, is a solid. Liquid has no definite shape, but it can still flow. Okay? And then gas, the state of matter whose molecules move quickly, that they are practically unaffected by cohesion, can vary in volume by contracting and expanding. So you've got your solids, your liquids, and your gas. The 4th type of matter, we don't include it in that 3 because it's not, just not your normal type, not your normal common one. But the 4th one is plasma. It's a special type of gas that exists at extremely high temperatures. Okay? And so the plasma is that energy that's being released, okay, out there. And you've all seen those balls, and I can't even think what they're called right now, but you touch it and all of a sudden the electrical short or the sparks come out to where your hand was. That's the plasma aspect that we're talking about. Okay, now that's states of matter. Temperature is another physical property of matter. Temperature is the hotness or the coldness of an object. We took everybody's temp this morning. Some were on the lower scale. Some of you were approaching 100 on some of that. 99 point something is what I think I remember writing down. Okay, that's okay. Just at that moment in time, you were either hot or you were cold of an object. That's the temp. It's an indirect measurement of an object's thermal energy. Okay? You go, if I was to say, okay, and don't do it, but if I was to say, okay, go outside, run around the grass field and then come back in, and if I was to take your temp, it would be high or relatively high. But then, in about 2 hours, I says, okay, if you don't move from my room, since my room seems to be the coolest of them all, the way I like it, your temp would come down because of the variance, the indirect measurement of an object's thermal energy. Okay, that's the physical properties. Here's the chemical properties of matter. You're dealing with a chemical change. So first of all, the change in matter that changes the substance. Okay? You've got this ice cube. Put some heat to it. It's going to change from a solid to a liquid. The gas fire or the bonfire there. The wood is changing chemically into smoke and into ashes. Okay, so you've got a chemical change system going on in those substances. It takes place when 2 or more substances, they unite or break apart chemically. Okay, so you're taking it and you're getting in there and you're starting to dissipate different things in that substance to create your chemicals. Chemical properties. Those are the properties of a substance describing how it changes when reacting with another substance. Okay? You've got some here. Again, we got the fire. The one on the bottom right looks like a glass that got broke. it got changed in there. The chemicals in the glass got changed because some force came upon that. Okay? The cake was made because of a chemical change in the substances. Okay? So the chemical properties, the properties of substance describing how it changes. Physical properties describe how matter is now. Chemical properties tell us how and under what conditions it can change into something different. Okay? So when you're describing something and you're describing it, what it looks like, what it is now, you're talking about its physical. What you're talking about in what it can change into, that would be your chemical. When a chemical change occurs, the new substance will have its own physical and chemical properties. They are different from the properties of the original substance. Okay? When you get the fire, the wood changes to ash. It's a different substance at that point. So, the branches of physical science. You start off with, and you're going to have this probably next year because they're doing chemistry now. So, it's physics. That's the study of the interactions between matter and energy. Okay? Physics has been called the fundamental science because it influences many other areas of science. Okay? All other fields of science depends on a proper understanding of what the physics is. So the physics, the comprehension or the makeup of it, and how it's going to react to something else. Mechanics. That's the branch of physics that addresses the effects of force on matter. Thermodynamics. That's the branch of physics that deals with thermal energy, heat, their relationships to other forms of energy, and the energy transfer between them. Acoustics. That's the branch of physics that studies sound. Okay? How things echo, how things are absorbed into walls, and how can you hear better in certain places than others. That's the acoustics. Electrostatics or electrodynamics and electronics. That's the branch that studies electricity and the magnetism behind the electricity. Then you have chemistry. That's the study of the composition and the interactions of matter. Breaking it down. What is it all made of? Okay? It looks at what objects are made of and what forms matter takes. Chemistry classifies and explains the chemical properties of matter, exploring how substances turn into different substances. Okay? How can they get to the change? What is involved in making that change? Okay? That's chemistry. Branches of chemistry would involve organic and inorganic chemistry. They describe and classify the relationships between the structure, their compositions, their physical and chemical properties of that substance, organic or inorganic. Physical chemistry. It uses the physics to explain its chemical phenomenon. Biochemistry. It studies the chemical changes involved in the life process of living things. Analytical chemistry. That analyzes materials to determine what substances are present and how much of each substance is present. And then that's it. So now, here's what you got. Section review 1.4 is due. That's your homework. We're not going to do lab 1. It requires a lot of close interaction right now, and so we're not going to do that. You are scheduled for a quiz tomorrow. But I'm going to make it an OB quiz. okay? Help you out a little bit this second week, okay? So 1.4, we'll do the OB quiz number 2 tomorrow and read pages 22 to 25, okay? Well, that's going to conclude today in talking about matter and energy. See you later.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Why? Okay. Why is this doing this?